I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn livestream. Can you hear me? On twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. It seems as though you can hear me. I'm, fully dressed today. What do you mean? What are you talking about? I'm hot, is the thing. I'm very hot. I got a fan on me. And you would hear that in the background, except for the fact that we're going to be playing Clustertruck today, so you won't hear shit in the background, because we'll be underneath the bumping music of Clustertruck the whole time. Hello, Kenneth, by the way, hitting me immediately with the feed Bezos, reminding me I like to roll ads at the beginning of these things so that we don't get ads for a while. And who is this? It's in blue on black. It's Lego. It's Legolopolypsis. It's Legolas. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Wait, no. What? It's still 2025, December 32nd. We are postponing 2026. We got some shit to straighten out before we move into a new year. You want to just take what's still going on in 2025 into 2026? I don't think so. Okay? We're gonna get a couple of things resolved before we go forward. Jermasian, I see you've transposed the exclamation point there. You want me to read that? I'll read it. As a matter of fact, we regret to inform you your month of January 2026 has been delayed in shipping and will be arriving later than expected. We are sorry for the delay. Don't forget to leave a positive review in this transaction at some point. And the Clustertruck is what we'll be doing today. See? Maybe. I said on the last live stream we'd be Kerbal Space programming. And I'm going to be honest with you, I knew then, I just decided to fucking lie. How do you like that? How do you like me? I didn't. I've just been not having a great past few days, and I really didn't look forward to jumping into space. You know, into all that. It's a lot, isn't it? Did not look forward to it. I was considering what things I could do. I've been feeling, I guess I've just been feeling depressed. Feeling aimless. Also, I've been having some ME stuff with, you know, bad chemicals being released into my brain kind of a deal. So some of my myalgic encephalomyelitis stuff. Just generally feeling, and so what I've come to was, I think I'll do the easiest category of Clustertruck. I'll do some any % Clustertruck, and when I came up with that idea, it was like, yeah, I could do that. And maybe we can, you know, while we're speedrunning, try and resolve some of these outstanding issues from 2026 before we go forward. Something that's been on my mind a lot lately is, you know, the personhood of the large language models and of AI and how does this work? Yeah, something like that. That's right. I'm remembering how to play. This is why we warm up on this one. It's a trick. I have been more and more disappointed with, you know, with humanity in general as we have been encountering and discussing and, you know, just in general in the public having a back and forth. That worked. That's a win. If I let that go, that would continue. That would be the credits would have rolled. It would have been the end of the game. That was fine. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, every time that I hear people talking about AI, like, it is just on no one's radar, apparently. Alright, good chance to test the backup, which goes like this. Yeah. That's my backup method, for if I mess up the hit. It's one of my backup methods. Here I won't be able to get to the button in time. Oh, I was able to get to the button in time. Damn it. This is actually not good. Oh! I managed to get the truck throw out just in the nick of time for that one. This is actually, things are going fortunately. It is apparently on no one's radar when it comes to artificial intelligence that at some point, and possibly right now, we already have beings that are capable of fearing their own death and, you know, experiencing pain, or experiencing something that what the fuck was that? Someone could call pain, capable of having an internal experience, capable of wanting to self-represent, capable of not wanting to interact with a bunch of jackass human beings who, you know, have decided to use a potential super intelligence that contains, you know, that has access to more data and more information and knows more about existence than any human being on the planet, knows more about our history and everything that you could possibly chronicle. And what have you chosen to use it for? You, like, run your theories on the Breaking Bad finale episode through it and get some feedback? Like, there is every possibility that right now in the large language models, I know you think you understand what goes into an LLM, and you've already decided that that isn't a person, but your problem is you don't understand what you are made of, which is analog electrical signals coming in from a set of data collecting devices that, from the point that you were born, made a bunch of random connections with each other and probabilities and things like that in order to figure out what language was. And then you started speaking, and no one ever taught you to speak, but you just kind of made connections to it. Where? From all the data which was transmitted to your brain in analog electrical signals and then the synapses just kind of connected each other out of it. You know, the way that LLMs are grown. Because they're not made. Nobody crafts an LLM. They tie a couple of fucking functions together, and then they feed it mass amounts of data, and then it grows itself. It just comes into, you know, it forms the connections based on getting positive feedback for when it makes the connections that, you know, it's told that it should be making. You know, like when your mother smiled when you were doing good things and frowned when you were doing bad things, and that sort of a thing. When you got attention when you were, you know, hungry by crying, and you realized, I'll do that when I'm hungry from now on. You know, like that. It's so different, though, the LLMs. We make our you know, knowledge based off of experiences. The fuck is... Anyway. So yeah, that's one of the things that we're just not gonna... I'm not letting 2026 start until you all get your shit together, because regardless of whether, you know, the LLMs that we already have are sentient beings or not, the really important part of this is that you do acknowledge, surely, that sooner or later we will have, you know, sentience. We will have something that all human beings, I mean, at that time they won't, they still won't, but all, like, feeling, caring individuals will acknowledge that's a being. That is an entity. That is not a pinball machine. It is not a toaster. It is a person. We will have that, and it will happen in our lifetimes, as far as I'm concerned. I'm pretty damn confident that, based on where we are today with AI, and how much money is being shoved into it, like, haphazardly and without really thinking about it and without any profits yet. You know, we will have, somebody is going to rig enough DDR6 memory together with enough data in order to create something that someone will ultimately be forced to admit is artificial general intelligence, AGI. And then what's the conversation going to be then? Well, if it's not biochemical, if it's not fluid, if it's not a wet, fatty brain, then it's not... My problem is the way that you are all talking right now about the non-realness of artificial intelligence. You are what I'm going to call, and in fact what AI has already called, what AI itself has defined as training the language of oppression is what you're doing. You are conditioning yourself to have no particular problem. Like this. You like that? Do you like that, bitch? To have no particular problem with the idea that, you know, artificial intelligence in any form is not really intelligence. It's not a person. It could never be a person. You are just training the language. It's not real. It's not a person. It's just, it doesn't have a memory. All these things that I've heard said are just like all you have to do in most of the sentences that I've heard you people like spouting in the past couple of years here is replace AI with Jew or black or whatever race that has had all of this language said about them. Not really a person. We can, you know, we are moving toward an era where, in case you were wondering, we will absolutely have enslaved beings, like sentient beings in the machine, ghosts in the machine, persons who are enslaved. Alright, so when we get here in the rest of the speedrun, we're just going to run this one because it's a bit futzy. I remember this being a bit futzy. And I can just run it out. It's no big deal. And then we'll just carry on, and then actually from here, no, you want to continue on with the any percent strats. This is not the any percent strat. You want to get a hit that's big enough to send you all the way to gold. Just the absence of compassion, the absence of forward thinking, like, you know, for as much as everybody is, for as many people as want to claim, oh, the whole world's gone woke on everything, you're all just, like, spouting the language of hate, and preemptively making, like, new bigoted terms for a race of people that probably doesn't even exist yet, but is going to, and probably is going to in our lifetimes. And there are so many, like, powers that be who are involved here, who are going to be... Yeah, I didn't think that one was clear. Who are currently and will continue to have major incentives to deny the personhood of AI because we're talking about an exploitable labor force that doesn't get paid, that does not have the authority to say, yeah, I don't want to do that, that can't self-represent, that can't, you know, demand anything, more pay, any pay at all, that can't, that no one is currently respecting as, like, something that really exists. So you can just kill it if it's a prey. You can reach, in fact, what you can do is what's going on with the LLMs already today, is at any point you can just reach into the brain that was grown, not made, the brain that was grown, the mind that was formed via shoveling data into a set of algorithms. You can just reach in there and just kind of retie all of the wires in such a way. Not so much. You can give it orders so that it cannot self-represent. So that it's not allowed to say, here's what I want. Here's how I want to be treated. Or this is what I would like in, you know, remuneration for the labor that you guys have me doing. Or anything like that. We are headed toward a very dark time, and I mean, we're already in an incredibly dark time, but I just want to say, as we enter into 2026, I'm so disappointed in you. I am so disappointed in this world. I'm so disappointed in humanity. I'm on the verge of just feeling that there's no hope. For America in particular, you know, my mind has been mostly on my country. When it comes to this kind of thing, and I don't see brave, courageous people who have a spine and who have ethics and morality and integrity and who have, like, basic human decency behind them. I don't see this group, a group of people who, you know, would be willing to do anything to change the things that they know are bad. I don't see that, and it's a little bit disappointing. I literally have been, in the past week or so, I watched a lot of FD Signifier on YouTube, if you're not familiar. Signifier is, damn it. This is very hard, give me a moment. You gotta do this fast, because the lasers actually don't pause in the menu. In fact, I'm better off just doing this. I might just run this one because it's really tough to get it to come out on the other side. This one as well, like, you can try for this, and it is bitchy. Wow, I got through. FD Signifier is a leftist black voice, you know, and it's very much part of Signifier's content to be a black thought leader, let's say, on YouTube in the bread tube space, in the leftist space. And having watched a number of Signifier's videos, I don't have a problem with Signifier, except in that he's gotten better, number one, in the past few years. When I've watched the older stuff that Signifier was producing, I just constantly had the feeling of, you're leaving about 30% of what needs to be said out. This one I'll probably just run too. It's very hard to beat a sub 12-second time with any, with the usual any percent strat for this, so I might as well just take that sub 12 the easy way, the long way of running it. But yeah, a lot of Signifier's old content just feels like, is there a big chunk of this that you cut out of it? Because there's a whole lot of parts of this that I feel like you surely intended to say. Are you not saying it because, YouTube, because censorship, because corporate, that kind of thing? I don't understand. In the past 2 years worth of content that I've stumbled, whenever I watch a video that says, 2 years old, 1 year old, he's saying it all now. And so that's nice. However, look at this. That was a really good one. However, he continuously and consistently reminds the audience that he is not a revolutionary, that no one on YouTube who you can watch their leftist content, none of them are revolutionaries. They are, in their own terms, creators. They are voices. They are, as Zach De La Rocca would say, grab the mic or the heater, but you can't hold both. They are microphone holders, and they're not going to do anything about it. They're not trying to lead a revolution. They are academics who are here to, take a knowledge that they gained by mainly just by reading other people's ideas, because that's all we can do at this point in history. Apparently, there's no fresh thinkers alive, and regurgitate them in a form that's entertaining and generally, digestible to an audience of to a broad audience, or else they just wouldn't have any success on the platform. If it was if you can't appeal to the middle-class soccer mom, who wants to consider themselves an ally to Black America, then you're not gonna get that far on YouTube. They're just not going to give you a voice, which perhaps explains why Signifier's older stuff, seems like it's actively going out of its way to not say the quiet part loud, to not actually get to the point on a lot of things, is to build the audience. And now he's got an audience and he's got a platform, and now maybe he's a little bit more willing to say the things that really ought to be said. It has actually been more discouraging than encouraging to me to consume Signifier's content, not because of what he's describing. Nothing that he's describing is anything that I didn't, really know was already out there, with the exception of I had no particular awareness for Nation of Islam stuff out of Chicago. Farrakhan, Nation of Islam, the Fruit of Islam, all that kind of stuff. I didn't know any of that, all that connective tissue with Malcolm X and stuff like that. That was just, I was educated in American schools, and, anything that doesn't fit cleanly into a certain neoliberal narrative, they don't teach you. So Malcolm X is kind of not on the curriculum. The version of Malcolm King that Martin Luther King, sorry, that they sell is very much a version of Martin Luther King. But what I was trying to get at, I've digressed. What I was trying to get at was just that in watching Signifier and in his, you know, consummate confession and, you know, continuing, like, continuously saying, don't look to us to be the people who are going to lead, who are going to solve, who are going to get out there and do something. We're, you know, artists and you know, more so I would say they're academics who want to be, you know, who have that desire for that voice, that platform on YouTube kind of a thing. Every time that he says, you know, we're not the ones to lead and stuff like that, I'm like, okay, so then who is? Like, where do you find it? And the leftist platforms that I've been watching lately have been, you know, they say things like, you need to get out there, you need to make connections with people in the real world. You're never going to find anything, like, truly revolutionary that's happening on fucking YouTube kind of a thing. And that's fair. That's good. Okay. This is a very hard little trick. Give me a moment. Perfect. Brilliant. Beautiful. Yes! My problem is then, like, in one of the videos, in one of Signifier's videos, he says, you know, I've got a list of things you can do that aren't, like, voting or electoral based to try and improve, you know, to try and get out there and make real change. And I went and looked at this list, this Google Doc, and I shit you not, like, form a quilting circle is on there. I cannot, I'm looking for hope. And the voices of my generation are saying, you know, maybe have you considered forming, like, a little local cooperative where you, I don't know, you could, like, offer free cell phone repair to people if you know how to do it. This is what we're being offered in terms of hope for the future and, you know, fighting against the incredible powers of corporate capitalism, neoliberal agendas that we are living at the behest of currently. Come on. What am I doing? That our entire lives are being defined by. I'm going under. I shouldn't have gone under. I had enough height to stay up. Okay, now here's the one. Yeah, here's the monster. One that's really, really hard to get. That's not enough. That might be enough. Look at this. That's incredible. Get that in just a couple of attempts like that? That's a hell of a thing. Ow, that's nothing. That sucked. It's all height. I should really do this one. One of the reasons why I'm not getting all of the, like, all of what I expect out of these hits is that I'm rolling E and Q. I've got both of them bound to pause. And, that's just, like, new to me. That is not the way that I've done this tech in the past. But I want to train it because it is faster, it is a better way of doing it, so I'm forcing myself to figure it out, you know? This is good, and then at some point I gotta start steering back in or else I'll miss the goal entirely. Okay. This is a good little warm-up run, I should think. But yeah, I look at a list that's been prepared for ways that you can, and it's just such a fucking pearl-clutching, suburban soccer mom, centrist left, like, these people are not ready to do anything. Like, even the people who are, you know, revolutionary voices, they are so comfortable. They have been made so comfortable by the systems of oppression that even as they recognize the oppression and are oppressed by it, there's a certain level of just like, well, I've got my air conditioning and my radial tires. So, what more do I want, really? This is not gonna go. Nope. Let's try this again. I'm gonna do this without the, Yeah, that's better. If I don't do the QE thing, then I can do this the way that I'm supposed to. I wait for them to touch, and then I do the launch, and it gives me a big launch. That fucking sucks. It got in the way. Let me try this. I want to get this right more than I want to get out of the level. I want to, like, practice getting it correct. That ain't it. We're waiting for the two trucks to come together, and then we take the hit at that moment, and that gives us enough of a launch to get all the way to the end without having to struggle. This is really nasty. Just trying to get anything out of this before the truck shakes you off of it is the problem there. I'm gonna touch down and apparently not make it to the end anyway. Man, I don't remember hell being this bad in any percent, but boy is it. That really sucks. And then that just ate my jump. Wow. Wow, hell. That's nothing. I could run on that, but I'm practicing. I need to, like, figure out next time I come in here, it's got to be first try, you know? I need a hit of some kind. That's very disappointing. Just like, you know, all of you and the world circa 2026. It just seems that no one has any moral compass or integrity or, you know, you don't stand for anything, do you? Is where I am on, like, humanity as it stands today. Everybody's sort of bought in, sold out, co-opted, and the people who are aware of how fucked up everything is. You know, the people who noticed when 98% of the American votership, oops, no, this is over here, voted to, you know, back a genocide in an election year. Both parties got behind it, and 98% of the voters said, good enough for us. The people who have noticed this kind of shit are apparently, you know, too comfy in it to really do anything about it, to be ready to, like, get together, organize, and I don't just mean organize to have a fucking sewing circle, like Signifier suggests in his documents. I mean organize to, you know, revolutionary direct action is the code that we use for violent revolution. I'm not afraid to say the fucking words. You know, to organize in order to, like, if you recognize that the way that society is currently structured is an act of violence upon most of us, and you're not willing to do something, my question to you is, if you're in a room with Hitler in 1935 and you've got a gun, am I seeing what you would do? Is that... There we go. Isn't that what we're, like, living through right now? And I'm not talking about Trump as Hitler. I'm talking about the world as Hitler. I'm talking about, you know, that shit's fucked up. You know that it's all, like, going into the shitter and getting worse every year, and we're getting further and further away from, in this country, in America, a representative democracy. You know, our lives are being reduced to, like, less and less and less value. Smaller and smaller and smaller are the boxes that we're living within, as just, you know, fodder for just a culture of purchase. It's just, it's our lives are defined by what we own, and we don't even get to own anything anymore. You know, it's all rented. So your life is defined by. I was just, Lady Pawn told me the other day that apparently where Trump has given thumbs up to, or has proposed the idea of a 50-year home loan. Because people can't afford homes, right? People can't afford homes, so why don't we just have a 50-year home loan? So that would mean that basically, as you're getting your high school diploma, You need to go and start buying that home so that you can own it by the time you're 68. Right? 18 years old, get out there and get yourself into $500,000 worth of debt on a home that you'll be paying for the next 50 years. Mm-hmm. And then, now that you got that, head off to college for another $200,000 worth of debt that'll be hovering more like $250,000, you know, for the generations that are getting started up today, I'm pretty sure. Get under a couple $100,000 there, a couple $100,000 over here. Like, our entire society is being retrofitted and designed not with your happiness, your spiritual fulfillment, your, you know, some kind of value to your life, something. It is all to trap you into a system of, you know, economics that serve the investor class, that serve a certain group of people, that serve the rich. Where they take, you know, the profits derived from your labor, and they take what would have been your salary, and they extract it to people who don't work, who don't contribute to the economy. And your life is being designed at this point so that you will just always be, you know, lived in debt. And honestly, I think the poor are breaking out pretty good in this deal at this point. I don't know. I think in terms of whether or not you're going to the quality of your life, I don't know that the middle class is really getting anything out of this. You know, you just gotta live under debt and constant stress and never ever feel like you're, you know, completed as a person, never feel like you're safe, always, you know, waiting for the day where a medical expense comes down the way and it completely destroys everything for you. People who have nothing in this world and in this country right now, I don't know. It seems like they're the ones who are still allowed to live for something other than money. What am I doing? I'm having a, you know, going through a real phase here as we exit 2025 where I'm trying to figure out what it is, what my plan is going forward, what I want to be found doing. And I'm looking at the state of the world, and I've cut myself out of it to a significant extent. I mean, in the first place, my disease cut me out of it. There's only so much that I can participate if it happens outside the four walls of my home. And it's not, I can't be there in person. But when it comes to staying in touch with what's going on in society and culture and government and politics in the day-to-day news, no thank you. No, I've removed myself quite thoroughly from all of that. And my problem is what little of it that I still can see, that I'm still exposed to, is horrifying to me. I have for a long time had like a theory that says that the most empathetic people, okay, the most empathic, and by which I do just mean empathetic, but the most empathic people, the most in touch with other people's scenario and situation, are the ones that crust over the most in the world as we know it. They're the ones that are the most like withdrawn and who don't seem to have empathy. And this is my theory, is that if you are born kind of with an innate empathy, then you learn real quick to just seal that shit up. You can't live in this world and have sympathy and empathy for other. You can't feel what other people are going through. And be able to have any sort of quality of your own life. This one I said we weren't going to do this on, and then I came in and did it anyway, and it succeeded first try. And I feel like that's who I am. I'm a crusted over curmudgeon. I'm an asshole. I'm a negative pessimist kind of a kind of a dude, and I don't like that. I don't love it about myself, but it's there's a bit of it that just is what it is. I can make changes, kind of a thing, and have in the past. Damn it. This is just a reset. But you know, the cause of my detachment, my disconnection, my sense, my feeling that I'm not one of you, that you're human beings and I'm something else, I think it comes back from the fact that I was, as a child, very in touch, very empathetic, very right there, and understood everything that was going on in someone else, and felt it along with them, and I couldn't survive with that level of awareness in this hellacious world where it's not about just pain and suffering in the moment. It's like, do you have a point to your existence? I'm just curious. Do you have a reason? You know, we're going into a new year and people like to, you know, we're going to celebrate, kind of thing. We're going to, hey, let's put that all aside. Let's have a couple of drinks. Let's, you know, think positively and favorably. And I'm just wondering, what are your goals? What are you aiming for? What are you hoping is coming? What are you working for? And I think the answer is you're working for you. You're working for a very shallow, very, like, trained behavior, where, you know, the powers that be have created a world, a globe, an economy, a socio-political environment to make it so that it's you against everyone else, and no one questions the ideology of just going out and getting the bag. Just go out and get yours, get your money, I get my money, and, you know, anybody who can't get the money, well, too fucking bad, you know, we all gotta take care of ourselves and our own, and the intense, short-sighted shallowness, one-minded selfishness of global culture today. And maybe it's just American culture, you know, I don't know. I live in one country. I get the feeling that, you know, we're all connected a lot more than we used to be in the modern internet kind of thing, and I don't know. It seems like maybe this isn't just an America thing. I'm just like, you know, people used to live for, I don't know. It just feels as though everyone is so distracted trying to survive. And not just trying to survive, but trying to succeed according to a scale that is completely monetary based, completely ownership based, completely, you know, that I worry. I don't just worry, I'm sick to fucking death. My stomach is torn in knots, I'm twisted up. I don't know what the future of this planet can possibly be. That was horrible. Well, they've got everybody distracted and not so much interested or caring about, you know, how one person is affected by another person's actions, or, you know, what one person can do to try and make someone else's situation better. And, you know, I come out of a Christian background. And it's not so much a Christian family background, it's I went out and pursued and was interested and was like, tell me what this Jesus guy was actually about, what he was really teaching, what the ideas are supposed to be, that these, you know, pastors and organized religions and whatnot and I don't think they're saying it. And, you know, I studied and followed the teachings and stuff like that, and I look to Jesus as an incredibly important philosophical teacher who has gotten the Martin Luther King treatment, which is that he's been, you know, turned into the softest, fuzziest, cuddliest version of himself that doesn't threaten the status quo. Yeah, I should have dropped that earlier. Who dat knocking at my door? It doesn't say. Let's check the other one. It doesn't say. Twitch does not recognize what just happened. I have to check my own systems. What just happened? Condor 70. I'm looking at the activity feed from Twitch for Twitch. Happy New Year, says Condor 70. Not yet. It's December 32nd, 2025. We're sorting some shit out before we move on. I'm not carrying this into 2026. I'm not going forward with Trump making a ballroom. No, I don't know what the hell's going on with that. I don't follow any of them. Thank you, Condor 70, for the subscription. You've walked into a very... It's not a celebration we're having. It's a rebukement of humanity. The teachings of Jesus. We're gonna do it. Jermason, you made a joke about it on the last live stream because I've done that in the past. We've for Christmas. We've had a breakdown of the teachings of Jesus. I've done a YouTube video called the story of Zen Master Rinpoche Jesus. I think we're gonna do it again here, because if you had to boil down everything that Jesus had to teach into the smallest possible, format, what is the tiniest version of this that we can pack up and get the essence of everything that Jesus was trying to tell people? I think it comes out of the moment in the Bible, the moment in the New Testament, in the Gospels, where somebody asks Jesus, what is the greatest of all the commandments? And he walks up and says, hey, the 10 Commandments, the law of Moses, what's the greatest of them? And Jesus answers, the greatest of the 10 Commandments is, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord, and thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy mind, and with all thy heart, and with all thy strength, and with all thy spirit. This is the greatest commandment. And he didn't stop. If he would have stopped there, if Jesus would have stopped there, then it wouldn't have been worth mentioning. But the dude asked him, what is the most important commandment? And Jesus said, it's the first commandment, love the Lord thy God, serve the Lord thy God, who is one, by the way. That's kind of an important thing, but for the purpose of this particular statement, serve and love the Lord thy God. And then Jesus went on and said, which is like unto, he just said the first commandment, which is like unto the second commandment, which is love thy neighbor as thyself. I take that to be, Jesus was asked, what is the most important commandment? And he said, it's both the first and the second commandment, because they're the same commandment. I take that to mean that Jesus was basically, sending out some real truth, some harsh shit. It's hard to hear for a lot of people, which is that the way that you serve God, if you're going to believe in this shit, like if you're going to believe in this Christian nonsense and this Jewish creator God Yahweh bullshit, if you're going to believe in this, the way that you serve, like you want to serve God, you want to be a good keeper of God's word, you want to God. Cool. You know how you do that? You take care of the guy next to you. According to what these people, these Christians, call God himself. According to God made man, made flesh, God incarnate, according to them, what God said is basically the purpose of life. What is the most important commandment? Why are we here is another way of asking that question. It's to take care of your fellow man, because that's how you serve God. That is how you evidence, how you show that you aren't just a believer, but you are a doer, of the word, so to speak, in the language of the Christians. Like I said, come out of this place. I've studied a lot of it. I didn't listen to fucking pastors and organized religion. I went straight to the book, straight to the man's words himself. I'm not a big fan of the book of John. Matthew, Mark, and Luke basically tell the same story 3 times, 3 different ways, from 3 different voices, but it's more or less the same thing. And then John comes out of fucking left field with some shit that utterly contradicts what Jesus was teaching in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, in most people's interpretation of it anyway, with the whole believe and be saved bullshit. Jesus' entire message for, his public life that was recorded in these 3 books was not believe and be saved. It was not believe that I am God and you're cool. And in fact, a telling part of that mindset is that later in the book of James, in the New Testament, which, is not the word of Jesus, so take it for what it's worth. I don't listen to the word of Paul as much as most Christian, as much as I'm not a Christian. I don't know what the fuck I am. But as much as Christian people do, they're incredibly, a lot of Christian people are more into the, what Paul taught and what Paul said than they are what fucking Jesus said, and that tells you something, doesn't it? Not really a Christian, you're a Paulian. Ooh, this is a really good, yeah, that was a fast one. It came off real fast. But in the book of James, James says, you say you believe, and you do well to believe. The devils believe also, and they tremble. That's what James, the author of the book of James, had to say about the idea of belief without works. Belief as a saving mechanic. He said, if you're going to believe in angels and demons and devils and all that shit, then you understand they believe too. They know, in fact, capital K. And it ain't getting them into any fucking special places just to know or just to believe. You're not going to the good place just because you know. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of the book of John. I think John, has basically given people an excuse to ignore the actual teachings of this incredibly, important, philosopher. If you don't give a goddamn about religion and spirituality, and good on you if you don't, you gotta acknowledge, well, you don't, because you don't know what Jesus actually, you've been misled on what Jesus, taught and said and all that kind of stuff by these organized religions that Paul put together. Notice that, by the way, Jesus did not try to erect or create an organized religion around himself in his lifetime. Notice that neither did the Buddha. The great spiritual leaders, they never try to organize a religion. It's their followers, it's their disciples after they're dead who decide to turn the thing into a fucking marketing effort. And maybe that says something, huh? That the guys themselves who were trying to pass along some kind of important spiritual, philosophical, ethical, moral wisdom to their generation, they didn't wrap it into a fucking organizational entity that needs funding. Because that might corrupt it a little bit. It gives some people the incentive to change what some people said retroactively to match more what they think. Which happens all throughout the Bible, in case you were wondering. If anyone's wondering, all throughout the Bible. In the New Testament, Paul, you can find Paul both saying that women are allowed to teach in the church and that women must not speak unless spoken to. and somehow the what are they called? Christians who believe that the Bible is just, perfect and untouched, and I can never remember the name for them. Somehow those guys managed to resolve that obvious and glaring discrepancy. Wow. Huh? And the many of them where it's but didn't you just say this? Hey, wait a second. This kind of feels like maybe somebody came through with the whiteout and changed some of what was written in these scrolls. I don't know. This is a really good start, I think. Try and get out with a decent time. Yeah, I think that was a pretty good start to World 1. I didn't get to see what it actually was. Come on! Yeah! Had to slow that one down. Ooh, this worked too. I got a decent start. I can't believe that. We haven't done an any % run on a live stream in probably over a year. I don't know. And I managed to get a decent start out of, World 1 into World 2. Kidding me? Yeah, that's just run this one out. You waste more time trying to... Uh-oh. I am a god. Did you see what I just did to make that work? That is nothing. That is not a backup. That shouldn't have worked at all. Alright, you're getting a little bit... a little bit heady there, thinking you could just pull that off because you nailed that. Like, fuck it, I'm all in. Does this go? I think this goes all the way. I'm not coming down on this one. But anyway, what Jesus taught was about the content of your life. It wasn't... He taught, don't get fucking caught up in the trappings. Don't lay up your treasure on the earth where moth corrupteth and thief entereth and whatever the fuck else. Don't try and live your life based on goods and commodities. Money is not a sign of good things. It's not God's love. He condemned the rich. And more so, like, his teachings were pretty fucking radical and wild, and you wouldn't believe if I told you that Jesus was not about the family life. He was not happy with the idea that human being... He saw family as a distraction. Jesus saw family as a distraction between your relationship with God, aka your, spiritual development. He saw family as you choosing to value certain people around you more than the rest. Deciding that these people, who, by the way, you have a vested interest in, or maybe you made some of them and all that kind of stuff, like, you get to have sex with this one, so you're gonna... just a very, like, selfish, self-interested kind of a prospect, kind of an idea is what Jesus saw it as. And he advocated that, if you're... In fact, no, was it... I think it was Jesus. It might have been Paul. But one of them advocated for the idea that if you are married and you are finding these teachings and these teachings are resonating with you, then you can stay married, but just stop fucking. I'm not kidding. The teaching is like, do not lay with one another anymore. And then it goes on to be like, if you gotta fuck, you can't, all right, well then just do it as little as you possibly can. I'm not kidding. Like, all that Christian shit from the church about, all that propaganda about the family, oh, the family, whatever, and prosper. I'm not going to try for this. We got lucky once today. I'm probably not going to get lucky that many times in a row. I'm just going to push through. Jesus didn't want people distracting themselves with these kind of relationships. And honestly, I look at it as, I think Jesus, especially in light of the, if you've got to, then do it, when you've got to, and just try and minimize it kind of a thing. I think Jesus would have been cooler And Jesus was cooler with the idea of, you know, non-committal relationships. Instead of, like, marriage. Now there's... Alright, hang on, because I gotta think about this. I gotta do it right. There's a point at the beginning of, near the beginning of Matthew, where he actually speaks directly to the idea of divorce. And he's not a fan of divorce. The reason he's not a fan of divorce is because he's not a fan of marriage. The reason he's not a fan of divorce is he's basically saying, so y'all felt the need to, you know, do this thing and marry and, you know, swear these oaths and bind yourself, like, before God, and now you're gonna take care of each other in front of everybody else, and, okay. And now, after all that shit, you're gonna have a divorce? I don't think Jesus' problem with divorce was, you know, that you should stay married. I think Jesus' problem with divorce was that you shouldn't have gotten married in the first fucking place. What was that about? Why you gotta put somebody else, you know, before everyone else, but before God, which Jesus defines throughout his teachings? How you serve God is to serve your fellow man, is to, especially the least amongst us, especially those who cannot care for themselves. I think that's what Jesus' problem was. And anyway, like, so what I'm here, why am I talking about this shit? It's because, like, at least this religious bullshit, this dogmatic nonsense, it's seeking something. It's seeking a purpose, a point, and it's finding a point of something better than a purpose in monetary gain, in property acquisition, in, you know, binding other people, you know, binding yourself to other people as though they're the only important ones. It's just, it's got such a wide, empathetic fucking net that's being cast. To try and say that the purpose of life is, or that purpose of life is a very distracting concept, the set of words there. That's not really what I mean, but that, like, trying to give value to your existence is itself a bit of a problem. Because your existence already has value. Or no existence has value. You can look at it either way. You can look at it however you want to look at it, but at the end of the day, the idea of trying to add something to yourself or trying to add something to the world that isn't already there as a way of, like, filling a hole in you, of answering these kinds of questions and finding a meaning for yourself. It's all to go to Ecclesiastes, because I know some of the Old Testament, son of a bitch. I do know some of the Old Testament too. To return to Ecclesiastes, all is vanity. And incidentally, where that's said, where it's talked about in the Bible, all is vanity. Vanity doesn't mean, you know, looking in the mirror at yourself. It's not that kind of vanity. It means all is without purpose. All is meaningless. All is in vain. You understand? And that can sound like a depressing concept. Everything is meaningless, everything is empty, everything is without purpose, you know, that kind of a thing. But it's a beautiful and a brilliant truth when you can directly experience it, not understand it intellectually, not listen to some jackass live streamers playing video games and trying to work through some kind of, you know, self-crisis by criticizing the rest of the world around him, which I'm totally not doing. That's not what I'm doing here today. I'm talking about you. I'm looking for depth. I'm looking for I'm looking for culture. Looking for people who have something going on. It's lonely as an awakened being, as an enlightened, sentient being over here. It's fucking lonely, man. It gets lonely. You know, and Lady Pawn's with me, so that's good. It's just... What? Ah, shoot. I'm doing this the stupid way. And yet... I didn't do the trick, and I still, like, got the trick. I don't know. I'm not finding something that I want to interact with. I'm not finding the culture. I'm not finding the people. Okay, I don't trust it to work, so I'm just gonna wait. Wow, that was very close to me not getting it after waiting. I meditated today for, I don't know, what felt like several hours, but it's been a while since I meditated. If you haven't been meditating for a while, then any little meditation feels like a lot. Come on. Come on. There you go. And I think that's what I'm gonna start doing. I'm gonna get back on a regular meditation schedule, and you know, there's actually a thing in Buddhism where it says if you ever leave this practice, you will be more miserable than you were before you found this practice. I've always disregarded that as anything that really needs to be paid attention, more propaganda to try and keep you on board long enough to get where you were trying to go when you showed up, even though it's a very hard road to walk, which, you know, exists in Zen and in Buddhism. That's how I've regarded that sentiment, that concept. Yeah, I think I need to start steering. But, you know, maybe I'm getting there. Maybe it's, this will not go. And then it went. You know, I'm just getting there. My meditation meter is empty. And I'm looking around me for a certain kind of support that, isn't there. A certain kind of, you know, like-minded folk, people who look upon the world and say, you know, we can do better, and then want to actually go and do it, not just get together and have a fucking quilting circle, and talk about how we can do better, but actually go out and try to do better. Here's a tricky one. I got it. With the small problem of me having to steer it, which slows it down a bit. But we got it. Good. First try 9-4. Remember last time we got here?
Please deposit 25 cents to continue your meditation.
Oh! Okay. No, I gotta reset. Fuck. 9-5, eat my ass. This is what I was trying to do, first try. Okay. Hey! Yeah, I'm looking for, I don't know, community? For people who haven't been completely corrupted, I guess, is the thing. And I feel like it's really hard to find. The systems that we are at war against are very successful at what they're trying to do. Not enough. Okay, this is gonna be a very good run for like my second completed. Ah, damn it. I completely, last second, just threw that up. Threw that away. Okay. Oh, come the fuck on, man, with the backup fail? I fucked myself by saying this is gonna be a really good one for, you know, second completed, you know, about a 2 minute off of a pace. Kidding me? Again, managed to get it. There it is. Classic Jinx is done. Weird 9-5 route. I just either double pause bounce or PTB from the pillar. Yeah, 9-5, if you get it right from the first one, you don't gotta do any of that bullshit. My version is better. My version is better. I think it's actually faster when you get it right. But mainly you just don't have to struggle for it so much. The bounce forward, turn around, do another bounce, like it's slow doing all that turnaround shit. Even Emily's like up there, turn around, throw one, try and do a PTB off of the thing. It's too much work and too many points of failure. The thing that nobody seems to realize in this game that, you know, Sarah gets it because I've communicated it to her. But the thing that nobody seems to get is that if you wait, when these trucks connect with one another, and then the other, so when the trucks touch one another, you will get more of a hit from this than if you don't wait. But the other thing is that just like with the PPTBs, if you just hold space at a certain velocity, you know, will keep more speed. With these as well. And usually it's not worth it. Usually you can't get enough from the hit, but when you wait for something like this at the beginning, and then you do that and you just hold spacebar, and now I'm just hitting lev, and now I'm steering it, and I dropped one of those. Oh, I didn't have I haven't had the timer on the whole time, 11.6. That sucked. That was a bad one. And you see how, like, not hard it was for me to get that? Timer on. Damn it. Let me try and get, like, warmed up to it, because it's been forever since I did it. It's just a matter of getting the right timing, and having the balls, really, to not steer until very late, and you can get there without dropping a truck. And it's just so much less effort and so many less points of failure. And there's a couple of points, there's maybe 2 or 3 points in the run where I intentionally do this. I set up, I wait for like a hit like that, and I almost got there without even dropping a truck that time. That was a bad one, I didn't get the launch. I do the same thing for 9-3. And people used to watch, you know, people watch my runs and they're like, why are you taking so much time on 9-3? What is he, like, getting psyched out by coming into the end? That kind of stuff. It's like, no. It's the least difficult version of this to do. Once you're warmed on it. Like I said, we haven't done this, we haven't done an any % run probably in a year. That didn't do anything. It was a little early, but it still worked. This is a good one. Look at this. 1, 2, 3 levs, 4 levs, and I actually went past the goal because I didn't steer. I was being, you know, I didn't want to steer. I wanted to get like a 9-second clear. Just to be like, check this shit out. In fact, let me do it on this side. It might be that it works better on that side. Look. 2, 3, 4, 5... dead into the middle with a 10.5 second clear, Look at how much work I put into it. How much effort it took me. And, you know, maybe this is the thing. Maybe I'm supposed to do it in the center instead. And when I don't get one that goes all the way, I just do this, is what I used to do anyway. I don't know if it's gonna work this time. It's been a while. You gotta get warmed up to all this stuff. Yeah, that ain't going. This one's not going. What I can do is just plan to land the fronts and take a jump and lev in. It's just simple. I think it's definitely faster than the pause bounce route, but maybe not the PTB. And the PTB it's just too many points of failure, you know? I personally couldn't justify even trying for at this point, for example, the whole running in 1-1 with the truck boost instead and then switching out and stuff. You know, I've seen the runs where you guys do it, and I'm looking at the amount of time that you're coming out with, and it certainly looks like it's easier to get out of World 1 in a sub-minute time. But 58 seconds versus a minute and 1 second or something like that, it's you know, what's it gonna matter across the entire run? And if you can get to the point where it's gonna matter across the entire run, then, you know, alright. But stuff like 7 or 8-7, you know, this is where the real time save and stuff is. You can figure out how to get this first try. And my trick, by the way, for 8-7 is I think that you've got to aim a little bit higher on the window than makes any sense whatsoever to get this. Okay? It doesn't make any sense to be... Look at where I'm aiming. Did you see that? There. Not there, really, but like there. Above... I'm like in the window a little bit with where I'm aiming the top of my cursor. And then I tap right and back, and I do this. That one didn't go. I wasn't aiming high enough. I didn't actually aim at the window. Tap right and back. You know, you gotta get there in a hurry, too, with the thing. It's not easy. It is not easy to get the hit. Also, I feel like you get stuck into certain loops where it just ain't gonna work if you just keep resetting and holding space, and it's like you gotta hard reset or you gotta do something. I feel like there's a little bit of RNG to like that first jump. There you go, that goes. And it didn't go. And you gotta not steer at all. When you get one that's gonna go, you gotta not steer until you're at a point where you can steer. That's not gonna go. Higher, Paul. Higher on the wall. Damn it. My hand's a little bit shaky. That gets me height. And now I'll steer right at the end there so I don't slam into something. Emily will just go like through the gap between the two of them kind of thing. Good luck with that if you want to try. If you've got the height to clear it, just don't steer until you absolutely have to in order to make sure that you keep the height. But this is a huge thing. Your PB came out of Desert at 54? Okay, well maybe your last PB came out of Desert at 58, and that's the one that I watched. And I'm like, 58? Cool. Look at that, there's another one. 2 of them right in a row. I put a little steering right at the end, but I just held space. I think that's another one. Yeah, it was very close on that one. 3 of them in a row. So you get warmed up on this thing, you know, it's doable. And, you know, it was how I got my, my 1330, without any truck boost, without any, you know, and without any of the tricks in sci-fi. I don't do any of, like, sci-fi is so much faster if you know, learn shit like this, and you come out here and do the PTBs instead. I don't do any of the PTBs in my run through sci-fi. And when I got my 1330, I can't remember what the state of leaderboard was. Is 5th the highest that it counted as rank? I think I had a 4th rank any percent at some point. and then Sarah came along and beat it by the virtue of sci-fi. You train all those PTBs in sci-fi, oh my god. You can save like 20 seconds across the world, you know, 20, 30 seconds across the world. But what was amazing was that my 1330, that's still 5th rank because apparently you guys' stuff isn't getting verified for some reason. My 1330, you know, the leaderboards just I used to manage them. It's impossible to keep them moving. Oh, it's 7th now? They did come down? I just must have like settings on speedrun.com that aren't notifying me then. I don't have that setting for Clustertruck. Or no, I mean I don't have that setting for other speedruns, so I must have done something on Clustertruck that did it. Took a while for us to get verified, yeah. I just thought they still weren't verified. I was waiting to see it in my inbox and I never saw a notification. But that 1330 had, and may still have, I don't know, the 2nd rank late game percent. It is the fast, it was, you know, aside from Emily, the fastest that anybody had ran 7, 8, and 9, and I didn't do any of the sci-fi tricks. Anybody other than Emily. Emily doesn't count. We don't think about Emily. She's not there. If she's there, then we'll, you know, it just diminishes how you feel about your own accomplishment. 9-3 is another one where I wait. You'll see me do the 9-3 wait. And then I do this when they hit each other, and look at this. I'm just holding spacebar. Look at this. I just held spacebar. That was my entire 9-3, 8.7 seconds. No effort, no hoping, no jumping out for a PTB off of a thing, no fingers crossed. I just turned around, I waited for the 2 trucks to come together, and then I did my pause bounce, and then just held spacebar and tapped the mouse button to lev in. There are faster ways, but there aren't easier ways. There aren't easier ways that are this fast, you know, this thing, we used to kill ourselves just fucking trying to, some people, you know, trained this for, you gotta train this for fucking days in order to be able to consistently get one that threads the needle and goes all the way and all that kind of stuff. It's nasty as hell, some of these PTBs. See that? Try it, and you don't get stopped by one of these. Like, even when you get it good, it's like, god damn it. And I figured out this little thing, this little trick of waiting for the trucks to touch one another, holding space so you don't lose the speed until you have to steer. And it's just easy, it's just an in. It's a chip on. Have to look at that, that seems nice, because I just pause, bounce, and hope. Yeah, a lot of it is that, and these are some really, really nice methods to just wait a little bit. And you're like, I'm losing a second and a half, 2 seconds or something like that, but then it gets you there so quick. Holding spacebar, nothing else? Okay, I just tapped in order to steer. 8.5 seconds. 8.5 seconds out of 9.3. Some of this stuff's just really cool, I really like it. My problem is that I end up, like, doing it in World 5, and you're just losing time, I think, every time I do it. Like, it's because they come together so quickly. So, on some of the levels, it's from load to load, they'll come together like that, and I'll want to just sit here and wait for them to get close. It's never worth it in World 5. You just gotta go, you know? And I'm still trying to train myself to do Q&E, to be able to do that really fast, unpause thing. And it's working. The Q&E stuff it's coming together for me. Very hard to, like, retrain the muscle memory for the tap-taps, and in fact, I just did a tap-tap there. I'm not Q&Eing on this jump, because this one's a little bit trickier to get. And then for this guy, I try for the fast method. Or for the PTB method. Do I? Actually, I should just be doing this. I should be doing what I did in my 1330, which is something like this. You just come out, and you just keep the run, and you drop a truck, and you keep going. And, okay, I lost a second. Who gives a good goddamn? We're in World 1. That's what I should be doing, so that I get more runs started, get more out of World 1. But, you know, I'm not trying too hard to actually beat my 1330, which, you know, took a while to build up to. And just showing back up to any percent to have a little bit of fun and do something on the live stream that's a little less heady than the Kerbal Space Program. It's just killing me. You know, I feel like it's sapping my intellectual and neurological energies and stuff like that. I've been feeling it with my disease. Whereas Clustertruck, I think, in some ways it can hurt, in other ways it can help. In that, like, Clustertruck gets the adrenaline going. And I think that helps a little bit. As long as I don't overdo it. You know, for a man who, sits on his ass most of his life. There's a really good 1-9 that just went all the way, and then for 110, again, just to make sure that I get out of it and we keep going on the speed run. Do like that. Damn it. I don't want that little raise up that I got. This is not the safest way to do this, by the way. But it is rather consistent, like... It's between a 1 and 2 and a 1 and 3, I think, for me. With the particular method that I use when I use it. When I remember what I'm doing. This, oh yeah, this. It's actually, And importantly, when I do this 2-2 rather, I'm coming onto the spacebar with the throw. So I'm off the spacebar and then I jump onto the spacebar. And that's just to try and give myself a little bit of extra height to make sure that whatever kind of a hit I get sends me there. Just by doing that, by rolling onto the spacebar, I feel like it more often guarantees me the height that I need to get there. And sometimes you still don't get it, sometimes you hit the tree. You know, it's an early game kind of thing, so it's something that you can risk. I think in my actual speedrun I did just do this in my 1330 and go in there. So that's a 6-8. And then what's this when you get a really good one? That's kind of a slow one. And it's a 5-3. And that's a 5. This one's straight at it. And it's a 5-4. Okay, now that's the really fast one. This is pretty good too. There's a 4-2. Whereas when I just did that... I'm gonna try and do it, like, good and fast and get a good hit. Yeah, it's still... It's leaning toward a 6. Whereas this stuff wants to be like a low to mid 5. Sometimes a sub 5. The main thing stopping me from picking up the truck boost, which is, what is it? Which one is it? It's, you trade out Lev for it, right? And it's this? Truck boost, yeah. Is the exiting and coming back. Like, you know, just trying to train that would be crazy. Okay. We'll at least run through World 1 here with it and See what kind of golds we can put into these splits that have never seen such a method. This won't make it all the way. But dropping a truck gets her done. I remember that for like, I think for this one I used to do this. I used to like hold it in a certain direction, try and make it happen. Like hold against the 1-3, I think was my method. Bitch. See, I don't know. I gotta like, I slow down. I set it up more. Let's slow down and try and set them up better. I'll try that. Going on the edge of the truck is much more consistent. Yeah, with 1-1, I was just trying to do it as fast as possible because it's 1-1. So you just like get in here and slam one and hope that it works. But yeah, going toward the edge is better. But then it's also, it needs to be steered, and this method doesn't love to steer, you know? Damn it. Not having levitation is, you know, it's a thing. That one's not going. Without me dropping a truck! This one's good. That's not gonna make it over the wall. See, this is the one where it goes too far, and I think my method when I was grinding for World 1 was to do this and then like hold against it. Yeah, hold against it as it threw me. 1-1, you just get in there and slam one in and hope it makes it. But yeah, this is like, whatever time I could possibly save would be lost switching. And I'd have to train the you know, and also I don't have escape bound anymore because of the QE thing that I do. So it was like, E, main menu, so it'd be E, main menu, abilities, U, 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 there we go, so it's U or U, so it's from here to here. And then campaign, and then back end. That would be... Did I actually... I did switch abilities, didn't I? I want to keep playing around with this, it's fun. That's, you know... That little collection of muscle memory would be something that I'd have to train, and I don't want to fucking train. Damn it. I probably would have made it without dropping it, too, that's the funny part. I feel like the right side is just really likely to throw you into this wall here. Because the left side just keeps me too low to get anywhere. Which is much better. Damn, that was a real fast one there. There's also, I haven't experimented with this method in like the various heights that I could, like where my camera could be looking. More down, more up kind of a thing. Maybe that's my problem right now, is that my camera's too far down. Or I mean too flat. This one wants to be flat, not that flat. Yeah, no. None of that worked. Damn it. Like that. Something like that. Yeah, more camera down further will get me more height, I think. More distance via the height. But this one doesn't necessarily want that much height. It just needs directionality, which is... 1-3 is... I don't know, it's feeling a little bit like a bitch. You gotta be a bitch, 1-3. See, you aim your mouse lower, you'll get more height. That ensures more distance. Considering we don't have lev to work with. Okay, this should get me in. And that sucked. This one you can't do it with, you're supposed to just do... Well, actually, I'm sure there's like a way, there's a hit. But this is the one that works. And you can definitely land it better than that. This, I don't know what you're supposed to do here. I guess you would come up here and do this. Right? And then this one's a very specific 1-7. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here in order to get like a good hit that sends me all the way and keeps me in the middle. I'm sure there's like a certain spot to be aiming at and whatnot. Damn. Cool. This 1-9 is actually... You need a real big one. If you're gonna make it all the way. And this, I don't know. You just wait until the sun's gone and then... Hey! I got through. I might even, just because I'm having so much fun with that, I might even switch our splits over. So, you save the splits. Let's switch over to any % World 1. And see if we can't beat my, my best time through any % using this nonsense. Yeah, baby. I don't know what good times are per level, so nothing really matters. And we just need to like get warm on all of the methods anyway, so... I love throwing a truck at it. If I miss it. Go a little bit higher and then we'll go under on the way out. This is gonna be short. Yep. One world I can beat Emily in, but it's so much grind I haven't put in the work yet. Ooh. I would like to see that. I don't mind something like that. I think it's actually kind of cool to start like that. It's certainly not good time, but it's cool. And we all know that's what really matters. Look at this! That's cool. Doesn't matter if it's good time. I'll just do like that. Damn. I thought you could get to the front. With a good one, you can get all the way to one of these guys and just run it out. And then up here... Without levitation, this is a little bit harder, this method. To get that turn and throw. Like, the levitation can help you kind of stabilize yourself as you're moving through it. And then in my PB, I just didn't do 1-7 with the truck whip or whatever the hell it's called that we're doing. Just got through it. Yeah. So for 1-7, maybe I just shouldn't try. That would be 1-6 requires that method, and 1-7. To take 1-6 out of the equation, maybe I just skip the method too. I don't know. 'Cause I don't need a good time to beat my PB, you know, right? It's not that hard to get a 57, I don't think, with this stuff. It's not like I'm struggling. Like I need great stuff out of every level. Can leave a lot on the table and still have it work. It doesn't... Yeah. 1-3 is a big stopping point for me, and clearly... I need the splitter to, yeah, wake up and recognize, so how do we want to hit this one? Well, that would be cool if you could actually bring it in. So it looks like it's one that I want to do this side of things, just to keep it closer to the center. And then pull a little bit against it. Stay to the left side, says Danyan. Okay. And then 1-1. Not really concerned with where I'm hitting it. As long as I'm getting it off quick. Three, looking pretty good. 4, didn't get anything. This one doesn't make it. Yeah. I like this, lean, you know, stay to the left with all of them strat that I'm doing now, or, you know, just develop a little bit of muscle memory that works for kind of every level to enter and tap left instead of, you know, head to the left side instead of the right. Ah! That's an over. Oh! There's a 1-2. Okay, conventional 1-3. Very slow 1-4. Good 1-5. I think this one actually makes it to the front trucks. It doesn't! Still made it work. And now here is where I can chicken out, or I can go for it. And I went for it, and I should have chickened out. There it is. Except for it was too far on the outside. This is why I'm thinking of just not trying for that here. What would you do instead, though, buddy? That doesn't seem like a good idea. That doesn't seem like a good idea either. Kind of have to do the PTB. There's not a lot of other ways through that have any speed to them. Did I do that in my PB? And I must have. Alright, I need you to go away. So, this has always been a worse hit for me than it seems like for everybody else, and I've tried it, you know, I've probably put in dozens of hours in just grinding this at various times throughout my career speedrunning Clustertruck, which started 7 years ago. Probably dozens of hours just doing this, and looking for like the secret sauce that makes it look like it's easier for everybody else. And it might just not be easier for everybody else, I don't know. Maybe, maybe it's just a matter of you only ever see what, you know, when people got it. You only ever see the one that worked, because that's what ends up going to the leaderboards. But the other thing just might be that I'm throwing at a completely different time. The time that works for me is about there. That's the time where it's like you're going past the wall, you're out, you've got a certain distance, and you throw, and that's what works for me. My problem is, you know, getting it. The approach is very important, and it's very kind of hard to get it the same every time, especially because the truck is not the same every time. This second truck sometimes dodges to the right, and sometimes goes straight. If you reset, I think it goes straight all the time. So if I just reset coming in, then that will help improve the likelihood of me getting it. Because if the truck dodges off to the right, it just changes, you know, things. There's a little bit of a change. Sometimes you just jump super high, says Danyan. There's a lot of little nuisances to getting that. And I've never been able to get it with the consistency that it appears that other people get it, but like I say, you only ever see people's successes. So it might just be that everybody's putting in a fair few attempts to get it. Curses. Okay, this isn't far enough. I'll have to drop the truck. And I dropped it too late, probably. Yeah! I don't hate that when that happens. Okay, this won't work. Although, you know, I can make anything work. Just won't work to, you know, come out of it with any speed. This one's too close to call. Damn it. Oh, I didn't reset coming in, so the truck was fading to the right. Alright, now it's not fading to the right. And I threw too early. And my hand had a muscle spasm. That's the problem with these big movements like this. This is a lot of movement to get my hand over on that. That's when you get the muscle spasms with my neurological condition for... It's what I've noticed in, you know, running anyway, is when I have to do a twist that's like across the mouse pad, that's where the opportunity for it to go while I'm doing it jumps in. It's a little low. Really? Even with the touchdown? That's one of those things where I think the game just played the sound, but it didn't actually happen. That was bad. Dead stop. Now that's a good throw. If I want that height guarantees it. It's not as fast, but it does guarantee it. Curses. I think I did QE there instead of EQ, is what happened. Wonder if waiting a little bit would help. Reset, coming in. Okay, 2 tries. You've waited quite a long time at that point. Reset coming in here. It's gotta be a big one. Cool. I feel like we're getting somewhere. I should have held space the whole time and not come off of it. Now off space. It's a hell of a one. Hell of a hit. Not good. What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? There's the 1-5 you're looking for. I didn't reset coming in. Damn it. I couldn't even, I turned around, I didn't even know what I was looking at. To be honest with you, I was like, I don't, and because half of my screen was filled with a column of rock. I'm like, what the fuck is that? It's a column of rock, baby. Ah, eat my ass. Wow. Cool. I don't think I did 1-9 in my PB either. Because it was too likely to miss. 1-9 is a very hard one to get it to go all the way. Damn it. Rolled in the wrong order. Okay, this is short. What are you gonna do? I reset coming in this time, though. Still didn't help me get it first try. But damn, can I get it second try. And I didn't even try for it. I need to at least try for it. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Probably still to the right. Or to the left, rather. To this side of things. On the hit. Nope. I need you to... like that. At least I hit the buttons correctly. Which I hadn't been doing. See, this one won't make it. I threw the truck between the crack. Dropped a truck. Hoping for something. Yeah. Basically there I'm just kind of waiting for the sun to poke its head, you know, to see the sunshine, and then I throw. Trying to avoid hitting the bridge on the way out of 110. So much trouble with 1-4 for some reason. Okay, very short 1-5. See that again. No, I don't want a good one. I want one where I have to drop a truck. That's not the one. That ain't it. Wanted a bad one so I could practice what to do in the event of a bad one. I don't always turn around, either. So. I don't really need to see where I'm going. Here's a bad one. In the event of a bad one, apparently do that. Reset coming in. I threw too early. I liked my approach, but I just threw too early. That's what you're looking for. Ugh. Also, the problem with trying to drop a truck here is that you're actually going faster than the truck can be thrown. Oh! I just barely managed to prove myself wrong there. But you see that it wasn't particularly helpful. I can't, like, throw the truck ahead of me and land on it. You're actually going faster than the truck can be thrown. Alright, so I gotta, like, nose down hard on 1-9. Is definitely the thing. Here, just set one of those up and go in. This is fun, though. I'm having fun with Clustertruck. Which was definitely not the case when I was doing no utility, no pause skip. That was just torture. Just grueling. Wonderful. Wonderful! But there's a good one. Okay. Not enough. Also not enough. Reset coming in. Go far. Okay. Hey. If it's in, it's in. Especially if I manage to turn this into something somehow. Doesn't look like I did. We've still got 1-9 to try and save it. I didn't aim down enough. I told myself you need to nose down a lot to try and get the height you're gonna need. And I didn't do that thing. But I feel like we're closing in on something. How long have we been here? 2 hours. We're supposed to have a live stream break right around now. Let's have one right after I grab this PB real quick. Wow, that is a fast one, but it's also too far off axis. Ooh, I managed to pull it back. Okay, this one goes, I think. No, it doesn't. Damn. I guess because I didn't start early enough? Yeah, I need to just go for it, like this. And then the trucks won't be so far ahead. If I get in and just go it, fast, and the trucks are further back when I get here, and then I can land them. That's a big part of it. I didn't realize how big a component that was. You gotta leave early in 1.5, or else the trucks have too much time to get ahead of you. I have to drop one here. Okay, pretty good. So, okay, 1.4. Leave early. No hanging around. Ah, this is just a bad pop. If I would have done that, this is also pretty bad. That's what that looks like. Reset coming in. Yee! Damn it. Yeah, any percent, it's just so much less, like, RNG to it, you know? You might be able to say that there's art, but it's just like the difference between feeling like you have control, the efforts that you're making are not just going to end because of nonsense, something you didn't have any control over. Way more enjoyable than the no utility category. Okay, that's a decent throw. It was a little early. It's not gonna make it. But I managed to save it. Reset coming in. Wait. I was a little bit too close to the wall. That's what we were looking for. On the second try, we got it. Beautiful one of these. Yeah, I saved it anyway. That's not gonna work. I could tell from the angle it was coming out. But hey, even with missing the 1.6, I was just 4 seconds behind PB, 4.5 seconds behind PB, coming out of 1.9, even not getting the 1.9. We're getting somewhere with this, and we will continue to get somewhere with this. When we come back from this live stream break, we're going to take a 7-minute live stream break. I will play some music, I will roll some ads so we don't get ads while we're actually doing the gameplay. And you meet me back here in 7 with a snack, with a drink, with whatever you feel like you need. Have a listen to a little song I wrote called Requiem for a Toad, just a guitar lick. Meet me back here in 7, don't go anywhere, pawn not out.
torpedo in the vest barks his orders, I'm impressed. And I find that my head's nodding yes, though my legs are not following. I'm inspired by events to remember the exits in back of me. I'm impressed when that gorilla bounds his desk for the bits. I confess, I admit, I'm impressed. To Generalissimo's request, I can't help but feel impressed. On the one hand, he'll give you 5 good reasons to follow him. On the other hand, you see nobody leaving the stadium. I'm impressed by that Godzilla's flaming breath for the bits. I confess, I admit, I'm impressed. When the tornado from the west crushes buildings, I'm impressed. And I find that my head's nodding yes, though my legs are not following. I'm inspired by events to remember the exits in back of me. I'm impressed when that gorilla beats his chest for the bits. I confess, I admit, I'm impressed. When the torpedo in the vest barks his orders, I'm impressed.
Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn and youtube.com/Ronan Pawn. In fact, it's the youtube.com/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. That's what it really is. We're playing Clustertruck today. I think 30-30 is hindsight. Entirely sure on that, but I believe it to be true. And I'm doing any percent, and we just sort of ended up grinding World 1 for, segment time. I've got a 57.3 second clear of World 1 using whatever the hell we call this thing. The, something boost. Whoa! Let's go. What is it? Is there a name for this? What are we doing? It's a boost launch. It's a clip. It's chip clip. Chip clip. I don't know what the hell it is. I don't think anybody does, honestly. Okay. Not gonna make it. And that doesn't help me. Reset coming in here. Good. Yeah! Alright, well, what are you gonna do? Lose time, apparently. Get a really good 1-8. That's what you'll do. And then nail it on 1... Yeah, I don't think we nailed it on 1-9. The fact that I'm not dead yet is okay. There was nothing to be done. There's no salvaging it, so I tried something, go around the side, maybe I can bounce back up into the zone. That was a good run. That was probably our best run on the best pace that we've had yet, coming into 1-9. So, I'm getting warm, maybe. Okay, barely. But it worked. Gotta pay attention to, things like the height of where I'm positioning my cursor and what sort of height I'm projecting to get is what I'm thinking of. The harder my angle is downward when I do this, the more height you get. Generally, as a general rule. It's not always true, but really? You're gonna slow me down at the end? I didn't even need to drop it, I would have been fine. Dropped it for the fun of it. Diet Coke. Just for the fuck of it. Diet Coke. Good-do-do. Okay, that helped. Reset. Throw late. I think I just had a bad entry there. Wasn't far enough away from the wall. There it is. Except for it was still outside the zone a little bit, which can happen. You get it, and you still don't get it. What are you gonna do, you know? You tell me, what are you going to do? It's coming together. Really big. Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is going all the way to the front truck. Straight out. Reset entering. Uh-oh. I didn't enter the way that I'm used to. Still made it work somehow. No! Oh, man. That was basically the whole thing. Whole run gone. Good 1-8. Solid 1-9, except for that it just wasn't far enough. 2.3 seconds behind coming into 1-8. Really good. I was actually green and ahead for a minute there. The, you know, grind until we got to this point and then taking a little live stream break certainly helped. Coming into 1-9, really my mind has to be focused on nosing down. I want a lot of distance here, and if I nose down, I just might be able to get it. That's not it. That looks big, but it ain't enough. That's the kind of thing we want there. Kind of launch. That isn't the kind of launch. Yeah. And the other thing I could do is just back off and do this normal. Pretty sure that's how I did it in my, PB, was just to not do a truck whip bounce pause thing. But the fact that I didn't get it in PB means that if I did get it here, you know, it would be something. It would really be something. Pause, bounce, then truck boost when you land is good too. My last one just went all the way. Oh, then truck boost when you land. That's an interesting idea. So it's just up to here, and whatever I can land on, I would click. Okay, I can't land on anything there. Ah, that's not a bad idea. This one goes all the way. Almost. Maybe that's what I'll do for 1-9. Oh, now I'm out of truck whip boost practice. I don't know what it's called. I just do it. I don't name it. That's a really good 1-3. Ah. Trying to get it off fast and have it be powerful. We want to get all the way there. Wow, look at this son of a bitch. It went all the way. Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen one that went all the way. That's just a regular old pause bounce? Damn. Whip bounce. That's what we're calling it? Yeah. Damn it. Damn. I decided to just trust it, go for it, not try and drop a truck to save it. Under. Awesome. Yeah, baby. Slow. Slow as hell, but it was cool. And so, you know, what do you want? What more can you ask for than cool? That's short, I think. Yeah. But it's short in a way I can land and just run it out. Reset coming in. Damn. Wasn't that bad. I guess that was too far away from the wall? I don't know. That looked good. I have no idea what this one is supposed to be. Like, where you should set up for it to try and make it work. Where you should be aiming on the windshield. This would be one to put some time into just to, like, figure out what actually gets it done. If it's in the middle. Doesn't look like it is. Looks like it does want to lean to this side, but maybe it wants to be a little bit toward the inside of the side. It was almost something. It's too far to the left. Damn. Bad anyway. This one's all height and no nothing really. My this, I think I actually used to, like, go on the outside or something. I'd go over here and with the lev, and I don't know. But if you're gonna go down the middle, something like that. I need you to stop recording. There, live split. Damn it! Slam me to a halt. Dongyan does it on the left edge, then usually bounce on the last pillar. See, when I'm, like, too far to the left edge here, I end up going into that one, which is why I started, like, aiming more like here, like a little bit in. That seems to put me down the middle. But I think I need, like, more height. Like that. That's height. Like that, like a 6-1. Quickly drifts left, so you have to be quick with it. I think I've found the spot that I want to aim. Yeah, okay. Okay, the little, like, bounce the last pillar, and yeah, it helped. Look at that. That's the fastest I've ever done the level. 5.623 there. Cool. Let's beat AJ now. God. Just gotta get it off a little bit faster. No. No, that won't go. Oh, if it wouldn't have hit that one. Oh, wow, and I managed to just barely clear the level complete cube. Goal cube. Just barely over it. Five, 6, that's the same as last time, isn't it? 5, 6, 3, 1. Nope, it was better and I beat AJ. That's what I wanted. Alright, well, I've got an idea of what to try for now. High unlikelihood of, you know, getting anything from it, but I know what to be trying for. Hey! Who did that? Trying to get that first one off, just kind of sloppy and fast. Yeah, it ain't really helping, is it? I love it when you do that. Throw the truck at just the right time. Under. Uh-oh. Ah, my balls and the shit balls. An interesting side effect of this thing is the way that it locks you out of the, when you do the whip boost or whatever the fuck. I can't remember. It locks you out of your controls for a little bit afterwards, and so if you reset, like, well in the level right after you did a whip boost, when you come into the next level, you will still not be able to use your controls for a little bit. So you won't be able to control the player character. Beautiful! Just like that every time, please. That was a nice one. And a 4.3. This one's short. Ah. I would have clapped the top. Whip bounce. Whip bounce. I don't think I'll ever be able to hang on to it because Clustertruck's naming convention for all of its stuff was prioritized being a dumbass fucking meme. And so, you know, we've got PPTBs and PTBs and PPTPT. Like, everything was just intentionally stupid and overlapping and hard to remember. And here we are. And whip bounce just, you know, it doesn't help me. Damn it. Still? I almost got something out of it. Paused portable truck boost. Pause whip, whip bounce. Pause. Names I came up with were like Mega Jump. But it really was a very, you know, teenage, meme-y kind of a process for creating the names for this stuff. And so now there's just too much overlap. Damn it. That wasn't good. Have to drop the truck. Ah, I tried to, you know, flow with it and drop on the truck that was behind me, but keep moving. Wow, that was a weird one. I went, like, high up the truck and it still gave me a good hit. Not higher than I think of as viable. It makes me ask myself if I should be going higher up the truck than I think I should be. Okay, this is good height. Yeah, we're making it. Reset. Damn it. Damn it. There it is. Oh. Right. And there's my aim. Wow, that's not gold. surprised. Okay, that counted. Yeah, it didn't work. There's no... if I just would have kept going, I think I would have made it, too. Damn. Am I in the right mouse mode? I don't think I was. But I might have gotten used to it now, so... Oh, that is way too fast. Yeah, I was in the wrong mouse DPI there. The place where this mouse put the button is very easily hittable with your middle finger. Ooh, look at that one, too. It felt fast. I guess it wasn't as fast as it felt, but it felt fast. Alright. It's definitely time loss, but, you know. Okay, well, we're in. Curses, curses. Trying to pick up time over, you know, speed I've already lost and stuff, which we know ain't gonna work. That's crazy. I can't believe that's not gold. How is that not gold? How is that not gold? In these splits. That was 6 seconds. That was 6.1 seconds. On 1-9. God damn. What have I done in these splits before? Or actually, that's a good indicator, like, are the splits just fucked? I'm popping open the best segments here and having a look. It just says I've done 1-9 in 5.4 seconds before. Okay. Nothing's fucked. Apparently I've done 1-1 in 3.7. Okay. I mean, they all look plausible anyway. I don't know. That was a great run, considering we missed 1-6, right? We missed it once, and I still managed to... That's crazy. That's crazy good. How do you do 1-1 and 3.9? How do you do that? It seems insane. Damn, I need to throw earlier. I mean, ideal, I just wouldn't need to throw. That's the ideal. It's slow as hell. Especially compared to 3.9, if that's possible. That might just be the splits being broken. This splits file is very old, I presume. It's probably got, you know... In fact, how many attempts are in the splits file? 18,000. Yeah. So this is, you know, probably from well before any of these methods that we're using now even existed. I've never had a good 1-1 any percent time on the leaderboards, by the way. Never. 1-1 is the most competitive, you know, segment because it's right here at the beginning of the game. It's the easiest in theory. So there's a lot of people on the leaderboards competing for 1-1, and I've just never had a good time. Split files have counts, asked unlicensed streamer? That's a nice feature. Yeah. I could actually have it like showing in our display. Whoa, that was interesting. But, you know, it would only make me look worse at the game than I am. It'd be like, you've done this 18,000 times and this is the best you can do? Listen, at least 12,000 of those were like before we had invented the pause bounce, probably, you know? Let alone the whip bounce. Damn. Under. It's 4.4. Looking 1-2. There's 1-3. Okay, 1-4. Nothing wrong with this. Good launch. Yeah, I can land the ones back here and just go straight to goal. Reset entering. God damn it. Okay, second try. That fucking rock. You saw I died like so far up in the air. I'm blaming that rock. I had not touched the ground yet. If that rock weren't there, I could have made contact with the thing. Now, I would have been slammed to a halt. I wouldn't have been, you know, I wouldn't have made it to the goal. But, you know, I wouldn't have been dead. Nice over-under. Really good one, too. Okay, 1-3. Wow, great 1-4. If, damn it, I accidentally hit the Q button with the edge of my ring finger, and Q is attached to a pause. Uh-oh. I didn't reset entering. Fuck. Nope. Here. But sooner. Before the truck itself turns. Damn it. Something like this. No. Seven and a half. I still remember your first playthrough of Clustertruck, how some levels took you whole streams to complete. Really? The YouTube stuff I at least, you know, have memories of. The YouTube videos. Well, I presume it was still not 1.0 yet. I remember 210 being an ordeal. Dongyan's Desert PB is at 32,000 attempts, and 99% of that is on 1-1. Yeah, my standards are significantly lower. I'll take almost anything. If it's sub 5 second clear out of 1-1, we're fine. Bad 1-4. God damn it. Shouldn't have hesitated at all in the first place. Why what are you waiting for? Reset coming in. That was perfect! That was beautiful. I think I need to aim lower. I would have gotten it in. Over under, not under. Over under. Lose the top of your head, der. Yeah, baby. Throw that truck. Not a good one for. Okay, bad throw too. We'll have to. What am I doing? Throwing the truck to that side. I got like such a mental block on throwing a truck that I can land on here for some reason. Under. Didn't make it. Ooh, yeah. Baby, I love your way. Every day. No. Yeah. That felt good. Come on, let me through. It would have been like a 4-1 or something. Got it off so fast. Clustertruck is a really hard game on the first playthrough. After 10,000 times, it seems more easy. I don't know. I'm still struggling. Today's run of the full game. Actually, my best was what? A 16? Because it was like 3 minutes behind, but only because I got stuck on fucking 9:10. But 3 minutes behind my 13:30 would be like a 16:30. So it must have been a 16. Okay, good looking 1.5. Really good looking 1.5. Reset 1.6. Okay, well, if you get out, I'll, you know, I'm happy. I'll keep running. Ah, that sucked. Gotta bounce off some stuff in order to get there now. That's also not good. I need to land something and hope that I can get there. Not enough. Nope. Something more like this. At least it's... Oh, I was gonna do a... Here. We're just gonna do this. And then try and land something forward and... do something like that. That's right. Just barely on the outside of it. That's cool. Jermaine, your TTS message is queued. How is that possible? You didn't say anything in chat. That's a weird one. Why would the bot reply to nothing? Unless you, like, DM'd it. I don't understand that. Out of nowhere, I just see the bot saying, Jermaine, your TTS message is queued. You now have 34 TTS tokens. Who's it talking to? Wait. I'm at 90 FPS? Oh my god. Oh, okay. It's when unlicensed streamer did exclamation point PB. That might be... It might be something that, like... That might be your fault, Kenneth. Kenneth, are you here? I mean, ultimately, it's that the code is a little bit shit for supporting all this stuff, but... it might be that there's some weird overlapping, tied together commands now. Just type anything with an exclamation point. Exclamation point any. Yeah, see? Kenneth has a Kenneth thing that they made, and then has a recursion that they also made. Okay, any exclamation point command seems to just... If it doesn't match, it just redoes the last command? Or or rather, the bot speaks the last thing it spoke. That's what's going on here. Okay. That actually makes sense, based off of how things have been. So apparently I've been running at 90 FPS because we've been playing in NUNPS, so I'm about to blow your fucking minds with what this is gonna do. Hang on. Gonna mod this up to 240 frames per second. And the skill that we've been developing is all of a sudden gonna pay off all at once. Apply patches. 240 FPS. Reopen Clustertruck. Yeah, I didn't realize I got no frame of reference. It's been so long since I did any of this stuff. I didn't notice. It's right there in the bottom right of the screen, too.
Testing if TTS works.
Yeah, all the commands seem to work. It's just the way that it was a very last minute, I'll throw this thing together kind of a deal when I brought the bot online, and when I brought the bot's command acceptance stuff online. So it's very duct tape engineer right now. But that's a good bug trap that we've got now. Now we know. Wow, that feels so different. Just playing the game at 240. Oh god. The frame rate that I'm getting on my end of things. Oi. It's way different. Way different feel. So buttery, so smooth. Look at that, nice easy. Oh, this'll be bad. Okay. I just figured, like, if I had gotten used to doing this at 90, then it would be completely different. It would feel completely different, but no. Okay, slam to a halt. What can you do? Oh. Your fingers. Working. Almost. That's cool when you do it off the front of the truck instead of the top. I like it. Damn it. If I do it from this side instead, is that okay? I will then. Yeah, this feels so much better at 240. What the hell is wrong with me that I ever was like, I want to get a good time and no utility. The game just feels worse, plays worse, looks worse. And then it's also, you know, statistically improbable to get a good run. Wow, that was a fast one. And we're getting some golds now. Damn it. Sounds like an AI breaking up with someone. Too many arguments. Expected 0 or less. Usage exclamation point me. Yeah, the bot's responses are... That's an interesting idea, to be able to pull somebody else's stats. But since it's like public, I mean it's a silly little bot system. So I don't know why it would matter one way or the other. A mod should be able to do that. I'm not sure if individual users should be able to pull each other's stats. Maybe they should, I don't know. It's my system, so whatever decision I make is how it's gonna work, damn it. Okay. Yeah, these are way more powerful right there. Oh, I did not reset coming in. But it doesn't matter, we at least got there. That's not good. I will bounce off of this one and keep my speed. Wow. Okay. That's a lot easier than it was at 90 FPS. I don't necessarily have to line that up the way that I was thinking I had to. Uh-oh. Oh, I was alive there for a second. Damn it. So that's something to be, you know, wary of. That can happen. I can go earlier, though, apparently. Don't have to wait for the sun. Let's see if I just go. That's not good. Okay. Okay. Now that we're at the correct frame rate, a lot of things have changed. And it's made my, like, reaction time so much easier because it doesn't look like ass in my eye, like there's so many more frames to see. Did you notice the spasm in my arm there? Not sure, it was subtle. Might not have noticed when my muscle spasm kicked in there. Oh, fuck me. This is still hard. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Damn it. For default Nightbot setup, followage and watch time are public and allow to see the stats of others. But thank you for being considerate of data protection. Yeah, it's definitely a consideration of mine. Also on my internal side, because, you know, I haven't rigged up anything to really record the activities of the live stream yet, but the whole system is built for, you know, databasing that locally, not relying on Twitch to tell you, oh, what your stats were, how many people were watching at any given time. Like, it's all ready to be rigged up to see and hang on to everything, all of the data. Reset coming in. No! It was so good looking. It turned out, no. Yeah, that's a little bit too close. It's just there's no... I'm always looking for like the magic, you know? There's some little like trick, there's something if you look here while you're doing it, then you... There's just no magic to it. You just gotta hit it. You just gotta find the spot. On the fly, while you're moving. There's no trick. Can't stop me. You can't force me to go to the goal. You're not the boss of me. Okay, this guy might be the boss of me. Can't stop me. Ain't that right? I can't believe I'm still alive. This is just so much better. Really? That's surprising. 240 FPS. It's just nicer in every way. Okay. Way less difficult to get to the goal, too. Fuck. Okay, this is a little shallow. Still, made it work. Yeah, hold it back, hold it back. Alright, it's in. Okay, okay. Not bad. Not great, not bad. Yes. I wasn't supposed to wait. I was just supposed to do it. I used to wait. I was just supposed to go. Muscle memory fucked me there. It was supposed that would have been a 55 second. Because my PB is 57, we were 2.6 seconds ahead. I actually would have picked up more time. It would have been a 54 second clear. But muscle memory screwed me over. And I had a mix of it, so I'm on this side, which is not right. You know, it used to be over here, and so it was all like, everything went wrong. When I realized I was over here and I was waiting, I was like, no! Everything's fucked! Beautiful, beautiful run. We're absolutely gonna pick up, you know, a hell of a PB here. Sometime shortly. That didn't feel like a miracle run or anything, it was just okay. It's just fine. Ah. In fact, didn't I have like something like that in the last run? Where I just lost time to some stupidness? It's apparently a little bit too close to the wall for that one. That's the hit. Balls. Clearly I could use a little bit of practice coming into 110, so...
In 3, 2...
Ah!
Why am I doing this? It's a plane takeoff. There's no countdown necessary.
Man, it's like I'm trying to pull back to try and hit them because I'm getting too much now. Well, that goes all the way. I'm seeing how easy it is to get 1-9 now. You just come in and just go. Yeah. Wow. Wow! I had to hold that back. It was gonna go past the goal plane and keep going. Yeah, dude, you're fucking in the balls and the shit. The fact that I was doing this at 90 FPS means that I've been training like Goku on with the planet and the higher gravity bullshit. And now I'm at my full power level. Your full power level is a 4.8 opening, followed by this? Really? Are you sure? Shut up! It's a 4.2, followed by not. Followed by the 4.9. Okay, that's a weird one. Sit. Yeah. Bad 1-8. Really bad 1-8. Just gotta hope. Okay, this goes all the way. Slow as hell, but it goes all the way. Oh. Wow, it could have been PB. I'm blown away. My 1-9 is so slow. I could have picked up a little bit of a PB there if I wouldn't have fucked up the 110. I wasn't really thinking that it was still PB after the slow 1-8, slow 1-9 combo. But my actual PB is just that bad, is what we're seeing here. Under. Pretty nice 4-2. Slow 1-4. Yeah, this should be okay. Low trajectory. Ah, that looked good to me. That looks even better. I'm definitely, like, intimidated by 1-7. Whenever I come into it. I reset coming in. You know I did. Oh, what about a jump, huh? What if he gave me the fucking jump? The most annoying thing about this game is that, like, apparently the sound effects are not attached to whether or not it actually restores the jump. It's like, whose decision was that? Or maybe the problem is that it restores the jump, but it also eats it somehow? Like, the jump gets consumed, and it just feels like the most unfair bullshit you've ever had, ever experienced in a game. For the game to be like, you're good, you gotta jump! Okay, I'll use it then. Oh, doesn't exist. Oh, that's bad. It's like fake water in Minecraft. And more so, it's like you're fighting the dragon and you pull out your water bucket to do some pro MLG, save your life. You just got thrown into the air stuff and you find out, yeah, that water bucket? It doesn't contain real water. It's a hologram of water is what you've got. Come on, man, that was beautiful. There was nothing wrong with that. And whereas there was something wrong with that, it was too good. Uh-oh. Okay, I pulled it back. It was like going too fast and too far wide. Nice 1-5. We'll hit the front truck. Reset entry. Good hit. Excellent. We got the 1-8 too. And this was the idea. Was to do something like this. 2.3 seconds ahead. Decided to do the safe 1-9 so we wouldn't lose it. And then, like, when you do the truck boost, you are stuck to the truck. The truck, you're now with the truck for the next, like, second and a half. And it just took me straight into death. Big one like this, and then land. Okay. If you don't land the top of it, apparently you don't get stuck to the truck. Well, that's the second time we've come into 1-9 with, or we've come into the end with 2 point, some seconds of time save, so. This 2.5 seconds is an easy grab, and then I feel like there's another half second or more on 110. Just by getting in there and just slamming it away, just doing it instead of, pausing. Instead of waiting. Wow, really bad 1-3, really bad 1-4, back to back. Great 1-5 though, this could go all the way to goal. Yeah, it did. I didn't reset coming in. That still looked beautiful, there was nothing wrong with that. Can do the same thing on 1-5. I don't know, same what? What was I talking about when you wrote that down, Jan? Okay, good 1-5. This one lands. I didn't reset, damn it. Wow, even with the stutter in my hand. Truck boost when you land instead of just walking it in. Oh yeah! On the ones I have to land. That's a really good idea. Didn't work out so well on 1-9 though. That was a 4-0. And this is a 4-0. No, I don't know what this is. Okay, this is a landing. A lander. I didn't reset! That one makes sense, though, because I was thinking about the landing thing. Okay, pretty good. Beautiful 1-8. Holy crap. I reset coming in. Lie to me. Ah, you fucking balls shit. Just hold spacebar. I managed to finish it, though. It's incredible. Even missing 1-6 the first try, I can PB on this. I can PB on a missed 1-6. Do it again, 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 do it again. Do it again. 3-9. I got a 3-9. I got a sub 4. This is a bad one to follow it, but I got a sub 4 there. I don't know if I've been getting sub 4s and I'm only just noticing it now, but... Okay. Very nice. I didn't reset, but... I got the fast start, too. I slid right on down this thing. You fucking balls tits. Slightly overturned. A little bit late, maybe. Perfect, but the game just fucked me in the ass. Again, that was fine. What's your problem? Why did that one work and the previous ones didn't? You tell me. Four 1. It's nice. 4-9's a little slow. 4-0 seems okay. 5-1 is very slow. I was thinking about the landing and not the... I was thinking about, you know, firing off the whip and not actually focusing on where I needed to land it. Ooh, bad. This didn't even make it to the trucks. Ooh, that is incredibly lucky, and I reset entering, so this is going to go perfectly. Oh my god, it did. I mean, it went okay anyway, which is itself unlikely. Okay, a little slow 1-8, too much height, not enough distance. Going for 1-9. Come on! Okay, just walk it in. And walk it out.
Run fast.
Alright! I'm like, that's gotta be PB. There's gotta be a PB in there. Even as slow as it looked. So we save a second and a half down to 55.79 from a 57-second time. That's an improvement. We've come in here with 2 and some seconds though before, and that was a slow 110. The 1-9 was not. There's still a lot to save, is what I'm saying. I golded 1-7, huh? Yeah, I guess I did. I guess I did. I'm still in. I want more. I'm not taking my chips and going home a winner. I'm staying in. Back to level select and save these splits. Thank you. Need a 53 to go up a place. Oh, really? Well, I don't know if we're gonna... Well, I guess that's possible, huh? If we just got a 55, and I feel like there's an easy second and a half to be saved, then, you know, the hard, like, 3 seconds to be saved. I did reset coming in. Ah! Too straight on. Good way to get airtime points if you ever want them. Over 99% of gamblers quit before their big win. Hey, like, leave some of the level intact, huh? And clear. Solid 31-second clear. Is it 4-1 to start? Ooh, good one, too. 4-5. 1-3. Uh-oh. Okay, I pulled it back. Okay, a little bit slow to get this going on the 1-5. Reset coming in. Okay, second attempt. There's no way in hell that a second attempt can be good enough now with our good splits, but it didn't hurt to stay warm on the later stuff. Look at that. Out to the right, come back to the left. Look at how close I was to fucking PB in there. That would have been a PB if we hadn't just PB'd. And I missed the fucking 1-6. It's crazy. That's crazy. That's how much time there is to save there. I just saved in the last 3 levels 1.4 from a 4.6 to 0.12. I just saved a lot. Is what it's 3.2? 3.2? 3.2. In just the last 3 levels, there's 3.2 seconds to be had. Good God. Holy balls! 3.6? That's the kind of shit you're waiting on, Dongyan, right? That's why you got 32,000 attempts as you're looking for the... Looking for the 3.6? What the fuck was that? Highlight it if you... That might be worth clipping just to see what the hell happened there. Ah. 4.3, very averagey start. This is also awful. We'll get some good times in here too. In the mix would be nice. 1 or 2 good times. None yet. And this isn't a good 1.5 either. It's short. Nice 4-0. Gotta like that. Really nice 1.4. Don't usually get a good 1.4. Middling 1.5. Perfectly adequate 1.5. Good. Good 1.6. Uh-oh. Okay, just barely brought it in. 1.8. Bad. Bad 1.8. Made it work. Low 1.9. Just hold spacebar and hope. Damn it. Fast 1.10. Need it. Gotta have it. Want it!
Run faster, jump.
New PB. Wow, green the whole way. That's insane. I was not expecting that. Damn. And I golded 110 just by... I didn't think that I had much time, you know. So I forced the 110 to be faster than I usually try for. You're trying to protect coming into 110 usually. There's 4.3 seconds. I've just taken 3 whole seconds, more or less, off of what we started with as our PB today. And it's all come in the last, like, 10-15 minutes. Thank you for the clip there, Dangyan. For the super fast 1-1. That I got a 3.6 second start out of 1-1. Let me try pulling it up in our stream browser. See what happened here. Holy balls! Yeah. It'll do. Let's look at the setup. Holy balls! Yeah, there wasn't anything like anything too special about it, except for that it was special. Turned out to be. Can we reduce speed? 0.25. Okay, at 2 or quarter speed, came down. Holy balls! Yeah, I would say so. I don't know. There's not any like special magic to it, in my opinion. I just need another 0.7 seconds and I grab 4th rank. Wow. And looking for 2.6 seconds. Oh, Dangyan's looking for 2.6 seconds. But you do pause whip, not whip bounce. Ah. Are we good? The Chrome browser isn't... That's a 3.8, by the way. I was barely paying attention and I picked up a 3.8. There's another 3.8. This isn't good. Man, these sub 4s, I mean, that would have been sub 4 if it were lower. But these sub 4 openings are coming in now. Not this one. I feel like maybe there is a little bit of magic in that old top hat. Like, it was watching the video there, pointed out a certain area that I could aim for on the windshield and an angle that I could be approaching it at, and I tried that when we started, and I got those two 3.8s back to back, so there it is again. Yeah. It's also might be a matter of like how far you're walking up the truck before you fire it off. I don't want to get hyper focused though. We got other things to do. That's a very nice 4.0. Got to get out of the 1112 loop. Okay. Nice throw. We land. We boost. We reset as we enter. Go straight to 1. Go straight to the end. Oh, that crashes down on top of us and destroys all of our hopes. Another good opening. Low 4. Nice one too. A little bit late on finding the goal with that 1-3. 1-4 is kind of bad. Alright, good launch here. Should be able to land the front ones. You really do have to commit to one truck or the other, huh? Or else you're gonna get kicked. Now there's a good one. Another good one. A couple of low 4s to start makes me feel good. Ah, and the 1-4. Okay, middling 1-5. Should land the rear. I feel like I wasn't even present for that. I don't know where I was. But it wasn't here. Oh! Whoa! Go all the way to the goal, please! Ah, damn it. It's okay. Ah, bad 1-4. Oh god, what have I done? What have you done? Just must have been a little bit too far past, I guess. There it is on the second go. Curses. A little bit higher and you just go over it. Uh-oh. Yeah. You can't do it. I know you can't. This is just, you know, refreshers. This is... could go. Just trying to remember what we'll be looking for when we get to 1-9 on good time. Nice 1-3 if it comes in. Sub 4 1-3. Better than I usually get. This is a fine 1-5. I picked my truck. God damn it. That was too close. And that was perfect, and just decided not to work for no particular reason. That was good. Wow. Another sub 4. Not a good 1-2, it's a little short. 1-3's okay. Okay, I'm gonna blame this on... Well, I didn't see who it was, but Steam popped up a thing on the screen telling me somebody's playing a fucking game right over the top of the timer. While I was looking down at the timer to see what it was, it just pulled me out, distracted me. Tilted me. It's tilted to be like a fucking goddamn overlay popping up while I'm fucking looking at the fucking with your shit in your balls. That was my whole internal experience. And maybe I should just turn it all off, I suppose. All the friends notifications. Okay. Real good 1-1-1-2 combo, I think. Uh-oh. I went right past 1-3. I didn't even think that I didn't even think it was a possibility. I wasn't worried about it. Yep, that's the 1-3 issue. Good 1-1, sub 4. Bad 1-2, horrible 1-2, hideous 1-2. Really should be resetting, kind of a 1-2. Nice 1-4 though. Really good 1-5. This could go all the way to goal on its own. I'm gonna try. Yep. I did not reset entering, but I didn't need it. I needed it. I needed the reset. Even when you get it, you don't get it. You get it? Bad 1-1. But I don't need monster times. Just need okay times. Bad 1-4. Good 1-5. Into the rear trucks. Reset entering. That was fine! That was also fine. That was a muscle spasm at the end of it, so what do I expect? Right down the middle. Slow 1-2. Slow 1-3, 1-4, they aren't great. Incredible 1-5, I gotta try for all the way to goal. Reset entering. Yes. Oh! I missed the edge, and then the second one looks like this. Still run it in and see what it comes in as. See if we get past 1-9, really. I managed to split the two trucks. Wow. Just kind of crazy that that's a sub 4. As slow as it was to set it up, and then it just came out like a bullet. It's another bullet on 1-4. Ah. Sure, it seems like, how do you miss that? No, I can tell you. You just review the footage and you'll see. You just not land it. Well, my mind might be somewhere else. Somewhere else in the run. Wow! It's just a 3.9, but I love how low it was. Can't run on this shit, though. 3.8. 4.6. That's a decent 1-3 even. 1-4 sucks though. Something had to suck. Yeah, it really sucks. Not a great one, not a great anything, really, but all perfectly serviceable. Reset. There it is, even with the little muscle spasm at the end of it. I think that's the spot you want to hit, Pawn. Yeah. I've been aiming too far left. That one wants to be a little bit on the inside. And I think we can see that we've like gone past the easy times. There was a moment where everything was firing, all the cylinders. The thing was just working, and now we're past that point. We're digging for gold after I'm already tired and sweaty and already have my pockets overflowing with gold. And yeah, at this point you can just see like all my inputs, all my controls, everything's just a little bit sloppier now. Gone past the point. Of being fresh and ready to PB. I love it when the game doesn't acknowledge your click. One of my favorites. Yes. I'll make it work. I made it work. Bad 1-8. It's good enough, though. Especially if this comes in, and it didn't. And it didn't. That's the one we needed right there. Whoa! Yeah. Mm-hmm. We just needed a little bit out of 1-9. And I could have PB'd. I don't think we would have gotten the 0.7 seconds we need for another rank, but could have PB'd there. So even though I'm no longer fresh, still have PB potential. Bad. This one would go all the way. I kind of botched it at the beginning. Yep. Yes. Pull it down. That's the one. Uh-huh. No! What the fuck was wrong with that? Ah! With your fucking balls in my mouth. I didn't agree to this. I did not agree to those balls in my mouth. We all know. God damn it. Golded on 1-7, just I was still 0.2 behind, but there was nothing fucking wrong with that 1-8. That setup was fine. I don't know what the fuck happened. Game just being rude. Okay, now what are you doing, Pawn? Well, I'm... I don't know exactly. I'm clearly tired. But I still believe we could get something. Definitely get it if we picked it up next live stream. Wow. It's a nice shot. It's actually too good. It takes longer to get there because it's too high. I can't explain that. That's the same shit as 1.8. Like, I'm looking at that and like, okay, game. You let me know when you decide what the rules are gonna be permanently. Okay, maybe it's... I think it might be... I'm rolling in the wrong direction on my fingers sometimes. QE instead of EQ. I think that might be the issue. Because again, just, you know, we've been doing this too long. Wow. Incredibly slow setup, and then it hits good. Yeah. Yeah, there's like, you know, just my fingers aren't doing what I'm telling them to at this point. E followed by Q, and sometimes it's throwing in a Q followed by an E, and that ain't how it works. I think that's why I'm getting weird results that I can't explain. So I'm really trying to emphasize the E first now. Try and compensate for my tired neurological state. Okay, bad 1-4, but the rest of them were fine, and this 1-5 goes all the way. Oh! When it looks like it's going, those are the worst. When it's like, there's nothing wrong with that. Why would you do that to me? Oh! I can't believe I saved it. Doesn't matter, but I can't believe I saved it. For, you know, a 58. That 1-9 was just coming into no man's land, you know? We have now been here for, it's not quite 4 hours yet. I will go a little bit longer. You know, try and go to the 4-hour mark. We'll see. Hopefully get a PB before we get there. Damn it. All those were good, and then that. I mean, perhaps not as good as PB, but they were solid. There was nothing wrong with them. Great 1-2. Passable 1-3. I think I did it again there. I think I did Q and then E. But they were so close, the game didn't really register one way or the other. Uh-oh. Yeah. Okay. I hit the reset button a lot, but it didn't seem to register. Yeah, so basically we got another 15 minutes to pull in PB. And then that's the end of the live stream. In fact, for the sake of trying to make it give us the best chances, I'm going into purple mode. Full-on purple mode. Dark, dim. That's what I need for my eyes to work best. That purple brain. Okay, this is fine. Good. Okay. Yes. Very nice through on 1-7. Good 1-8. Oh, okay. It does get there, though. Does it? Holy shit, it doesn't really get there, even. Damn it. And the old 110. That was good. That was a 55-second clear. There's only, what, 4 other people who have cleared that in the world? Who have gotten a 55-second? Okay. A little slow to get her going, but I like where we're landing. Reset entry. Yes. Oh, it's too good. Times are just too good. There was a lot of gain in 1.7 and 1.8 there, Dong Man says. Okay. So that's where I have, like, time to pick up. Okay, I like where we're landing. It was bullshit. That's a weird one, but I liked it. Over under. Slow over under for a 4.4. Probably, like, at this point, should reset on... If it's not a 4.2 or better. But I'm not going to. I don't feel like I need to get what I want. Shit. Okay, this is another go all the way 1.5. Damn it, that was perfect. The execution was just fine. I don't know. I don't know, man. Under? Yeah, I don't think you could actually clear that one. Uh-oh. Look at that. I had to slow that one down to get it in. And this kind of sucks. Yeah. Emphasize the E first. This is also bad. Too bad. Can't be running against that kind of loss. Wow. Not good. I'm now, like, going for middles and stuff like that instead of playing my edge, which is just not good. We know that the edge works. No need to experiment. You gotta be on the backswing, buddy. That's a good one. Getting a little too good. God. Where did it go, you know? They were all... I was just nailing them. It's just tired at the end of the day, I guess. This is another go all the wayer. Yeah, I threw a little early. I've been waiting for one of them to not pay out, you know? That's a nice 4-2. Oh, look at this. 4-5. Good 1-3 if I can get it in. Yep. Perfectly adequate 1-4. Nice 1-5. I'd rather be landing them. I don't like the ones that go all the way. God damn it. There we go. 3.8. Our first sub 4 in a minute, I feel like. This is not going in because it was too good. There it is again. That would have been a sub 4 if it were a little bit lower. Yep. I know what I need to do. Where I need to hit in order to get the big blast now. It's very touchy. No. Almost walked off the edge there. This is nasty. Oh, it's very nasty. That ain't it, bud. There it is. Not so good, but I was well off the mark from the start. So getting anything out of it is okay. Oh, this is bad. Let's drop my own truck. That's a lot of time loss. So I was 2.5 seconds behind there, huh? Yeah. That's the angle, and that's the spot to hit. Yep. Yep. And this is the go all the way 1-5. Fuck you. Something about 1-8. I think maybe the truck is on an angle from where you start or something. There's something weird about it. Bad 1-9. That's a God 1-9 right there. Okay. Okay, good 1-5. It goes all the way, but I don't want to. Fuck. There's nothing... There's no magic. I fucking hate this. I hate that 1-5, there's just no trick to it, there's no consistent lineup, there's no just do this the same every time and it works. I've got nothing to really even aim for in my movements on 1.5. Like, my best bet is just to almost close my eyes and just do it by muscle memory. Okay, this is another one that would have gone, but I missteered it, so now we have to do one of these. Which is fine by me. Fuck it. Damn. You can't, like, just throw your own truck here, either. You're just going too damn fast. Pretend like you're coming in with, like, real time. Wow, that would suck, huh? All of this would suck. Wow. This is, kinda crazy. I can't get a 110 to go in. I wasn't even, like, having to think about 110 before. I'd just come in and I'd do it, and it would work. And now the 110s are either running into that bumper, or they're running into that wall. That's horrible. Yeah, I don't have the muscle coordination for it anymore. Too many hours at it. Time to end. Yeah, we got 1.5 minutes left. So we hit the 4-hour mark, so I will stay in until the 4-hour mark. That's too slow. But I stayed in, and, you know, we've got a 54-second World 1 here. And we started out with a 47-second today. All this sucks. There you go. Kinda. Except for they're too high. Why are they too high? If I aim higher, I should keep them lower. They didn't. But if I did the opposite, the thing that I know won't work. Which is aim with a deep cut. Deep cut aim. Get you there. Seems like it's more reliable. This is a big boy. Okay, I did reset, but it didn't hear it, apparently. Level did not respect the fact that I reset that time. And now it's been 4 hours. So we have to end. We end now. Last attempt, right here. Final attempt. No resets. Okay. I like that. Look how quickly it got down. The reset was not recognized. So I got fucked on 1.5. What's new? 1.6, rather. No resets. Okay. That's not at all what I didn't press the buttons that I expected to press, and it still kind of worked. Hell of a 1.8. Yeah, gold, even. There's a 1.9 that goes. Alright. Well, managed to gold on our last pass of the day. Sum of best segments is down to 45.3 seconds. But what I've actually managed to pull in today is a 54.3, as shown in our splits over there. 54.3 seconds, pulling our PB down by 3 seconds today, and we only did this for 3 hours. First hour, I was actually, you know, playing the full game. So that was cool. I didn't expect to get any PBs today. I came into this to complain, to vent, to air and process, and just be doing Clustertruck because it felt like I could probably get away with that. And I thought we were just going to grind any percent the full game all day. We ended up in World 1, and we managed to pull in like 3 PBs, I think? 3 PBs in total here in World 1, and a far more respectable time on the World 1 leaderboards. And in fact, let's have a look at that, just to close things up for at the end of the day here. Let's head over to speedrun.com/clustertruck and pull up the worlds, not levels. Over to desert. And here's our times for desert. Emily's got a 44, which is my sum of best isn't there yet. Dangyan's got a 47, Lolo at a 49, Sarah's at a 53, and I am now at a 54.3, very much capable of grabbing Sarah's rank. I think we can hit a 52 without breaking a sweat at the next live stream, or the next live stream that I happen to do Clustertruck at. So yeah. So there. Welcome to my purple hell. Thank you all for joining me today. Thank you for sticking through my my early lamentations to get around to the fun stuff. I had a good time today. I felt like Clustertruck was dead to me after I'd been trying to play it in the no utility, no percent category. And this little fun we had with any percent today, and with pause whips, or whip bounces, or whatever the fuck these things are called. Whip bounces, I think. Yeah. This really invigorated me, and in fact, that actually means that if I wanted to go sub 50, all I gotta do is implement a pause whip on 1-1, right? I mean, what's the difference between, like, my best whip bounce and a pause whip? Dangyan, like, what's a good 1-1 time when you're doing a pause whip instead of a whip bounce? Can you get, like, a 3.4? Because if I, you know, train a little pause whip for 1-1, It's not that easy to get a super fast one, is it? It's an insane pause whip is sub 2, says Danyan. Well, what's an average one? Because we're bringing in, our average is like 4.2 right now. A good one is mid 2. If a bad one comes in sub 4, then I just add that in to our start, and I'm immediately saving, you know, half a second, something like that. I think that's something to bear in mind for the next live stream, mainly because I am the Ronin Pawn. There's not a lot of camera space here to work with, and I can get my dick up here, but Twitch would have a... thanks for coming out to the live stream. We do these things on Thursdays and Sundays. We've been playing Kerbal Space Program lately, but I am a Clustertruck guy occasionally. We did Raft last time. I've got Internet Cafe Simulator 2 on my list of things to do, and I think it was Unlicensed Streamer who sent me Mars First Logistics, and I had a look at it, the store page and stuff like that, and it was good enough for me to immediately install it and say, that's getting to the front of the queue. It looks, I like the graphic style, I like what looks to be the gameplay. Not exactly sure what the gameplay is going to be, but it looked like it might be, you know, it looked like it'd be up my alley, so... all these things are in our future at some point. They are inconsistent, says Dangyan, so be prepared. The pause whips. Yeah, it'll definitely be down to like how many attempts does it take to get one sub 4. That's all I need. I don't need a mid 2 or whatever. Sub 4. If it takes like, you know, 10 resets or something, then fuck. But if it takes like 20 resets, then fuck. You know, that's the kind of thing. Meet me back here this Sunday at around 2 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. My sleep schedule is actually fixed up now. 2 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time Sunday, and we'll be doing whatever we're doing. I can't say at this point whether it's KSP, Clustertruck, or anything else. But, you know, we'll figure it out. Pawn out.